Hello! Welcome to a stream. I need to double check everything's actually working. Yes, appears everything is indeed working. Neat. Not sure my chat is working, though. That's the problem. And I have two versions of my live chat. I don't know which one's working. Oh no. I don't know which is the new one. Are they the exact same link? Yes. Oh yeah. So they should both be working, I hope. YouTube's weird. There we go. I think I saw some reactions going on. And yeah, I finished my Dockyard, so I have this thing now. I don't quite understand it yet. I think it's the fair thing to say. Because, okay. 11.4 second reload with reload mod. That is the same reload you get out of Ibuki. Ibuki has better dispersion. 2 less barrels, to be fair, but better dispersion. The whole gimmick of this ship is its modified shells, which give you better dispersion at the cost of basically 50% more reload. It's not quite 50, but it's close enough. So effectively, you're able to use this on demand. I wish you could just use this. Like, Yubari has this at just a lower gun count. I really wish that's what they would have done with Oquendo, is just give it a lower gun count, but always have that and a decent reload. But yeah, let's throw this into a few battles and see how things go. Was not going well earlier. I've got like a 20% win rate in this thing. But also, like, earlier I was definitely running into a lot of potatoes, so... Ooh, not a fan of this. But I will move to support C. Yeah, I'll go to support C. It's where our division is, so... Oh, this is a tier 7 game, technically, but the only tier 7s are destroyers. So... it's a tier 8-9 game. What, just a couple of tier 7 destroyers got pulled up into. I feel bad for that Mas. Like... he is definitely the weakest destroyer here by a long shot. Like, Akatsuki still has okay concealment. It's not great, but 6'4" is better than 6'8". Yeah, it's closer to Kitakaze. But yeah, I have not really understood the point of this funny button. If it didn't have that long of a reload increase, like if it was just like 20% more reload for 20% better dispersion, I think I would understand it a little better. But as it stands, it just doesn't make sense. It really feels like something that should have been on like a battle cruiser. Something armed with like, you know, small battleship caliber guns. That would make more sense. Especially because they also deal with worse space dispersion. So, you know, something like this on, like, Cherbourg or Brest or Marseille would be, like, It would knock them down to standard cruiser dispersion, but that 50% longer reload, well, that suddenly means that, you know, they're now reloading slower than the battleships they're probably shooting at. It's a decently fair trade-off. Oh, you poor little buddy. Oh, that's gonna miss. He turned. I thought he was just gonna keep sailing straight. He is about to ground. Man, my aim is not great. Though both of the things I shot at have also turned. Okay, this feels like a funny button moment. Like, it does really tighten up the dispersion, and I missed. Oh no, I didn't. I did not miss. It looked like I was about to. Sorry, little buddy. You don't deserve this. Oh, I thought he was going to complete the turn. Well done, little buddy.
Torpedoes to port. Torpedoes to port.
I'm going to see about more or less just leaving the destroyer to our Fletcher. Let's see if the Tulsa gives me a shot again. It might. Come on, ship. Stop going forward. Go backwards. Need you to reverse. You know, our Akatsuki's doing a pretty good job there. Well, I landed 5 shells. It's just he wasn't anywhere near broadside enough. Really feeling like a burst fire probably would have been better. That mass has like no health left. Come on. Hi, Baltimore. If I had turned off the funny button, that might have been the end of the moss. It is funny to me seeing, like Baltimore's and the like. Because, like, I've seen so many people be like, oh man, it's such a high explosive focused ship. It has armor piercing with enhanced penetration. Like, Baltimore and all of the American heavies are very much armor piercing focused. He's gonna beach. Our Sashio got no support, I guess. That's fun. Feel like I should hydro. That is a secondary build Alsus. Our Fletcher is gonna die to the radar, probably. Or maybe not. It also fell back too far, I think. I mean, like, when the dispersion works and I can aim the shot properly, a lot of this is me messing up shots. This does hit pretty hard, but, like, it's what I expect from aiming system mod 0, basically. So, you know. I just wish there were more ships that could actually just use aiming systems mod 0. That'd be pretty nice. Aw. I need to angle up a bit. Yeah, those aren't gonna get over. That is very much another case of if I had just turned off the funny button. Probably could have scored the kill there. Oh, it's the Husky over there. It's getting me spotted. That Ulysses is waiting for me. And yes, I am basically just using the funny button for this entire match, just to see what I can pull off with it. It's like, things like that do happen a lot. Because if your aim is not perfectly predictive, you're going to miss. Because these shots are, you know, insanely accurate. Like... Yep, that'll be the Prodowski spotting me again. Not gonna get greedy for my rear guns. Please just shoot him, Akatsuki. Hooray! That Akatsuki understands what its guns are for. That is such a rare thing. Just trying to stay angled enough to bounce his shells. Really, Fletcher? I mean, probably flesh wound, yeah. But still, really, Fletcher?
Our team has taken the lead.
And what do you know? Our flank that played super passively is the one that's basically has lost. But the two areas where we played decently aggressively, we're winning in. It's amazing how that works. It is really sad seeing an Aparanga way down there, hiding away. Yeah, he'll probably be about there 12 seconds from now. Oh, his guns are pointed this way. Ow. Well, I've got 40 seconds to get turned around. At least from the Kansas, so... Hopefully my turn messes up the Adatara's shot. Hopefully. This thing has such a large citadel. Okay, yeah, the Adatara aimed badly. I missed. Just gonna get shots at the Kansas. I'm gonna hit this Baltimore again. What is it with Baltimores and getting in my way? It's the same Baltimore, but this has happened multiple times in my time playing this game, and it's almost always Baltimores. They're just really good at getting in the way. And, like, I commend him for playing in open water. It's probably going to be his death. But I do commend him for doing it. Is that Adatara still trying to hit me? I think it is. Okay, 135k damage. Could have had more if they had had more caps. The thing, the thought in the back of my head is how much better could this battle have been if I just hadn't been using the funny button? Because, like, I definitely still missed a lot. I also love how fire chance means almost nothing. Like, even, okay. Against a tier 10, you have effectively half of your normal fire chance. Assuming they don't have fire prevention, which then lowers that even more, or the upgrade, which lowers your fire chance even more. But if we just go base stats, you're at half your fire chance. There are ships that are entirely dependent on setting fires to actually deal damage. I get 8 fires out of 142 hits at 17% fire chance. And I would have opened the help chat, but there's a troll in there currently, so... Really don't want that on display. I could really use some boosters. Yeah, let's run that back and let's just not use the funny button. I want to see what I can accomplish just not using it. It feels wrong not using it, and I might use it if a situation really presents itself, but Hey, a tier 10 game as well. I kind of want to move to the right. Because that's a pretty nice island. I just woke up not long ago, so that's why I'm yawning. I say not long ago. It was like 3.5 hours ago, but still, like, that's not terribly long ago. Yeah, the minnow is also coming this way. Almost has me thinking I should go the other way then. Try to open water this thing, but... The high shell velocity on this thing is a blessing and a curse. Because, like, it does make aiming at, like, these ranges pretty bearable. I mean, 12 seconds to shoot out to 17.4. Like, that's pretty good. You know, 10 seconds out to about 15.5. Like...
Enemy force detected.
Oh boy. Person in the chat of tier 8's always fucked. I've had some of my best games. So I apologize for breaking my own language rules. I apologize for that. I've had some of my best games in tier 10 playing tier 8s. Okay, pretty good chance I'm gonna get radared. First shell fire. Okay, the Shima turned away. Get him, Granny.
Torpedoes dead ahead. Torpedoes direct front. Torpedoes direct front.
Okay, what is that? That's a Napoli. I could probably spot that if I launched up my spotter plane. Or it's spotted now anyway. Rude. Man, our Schlieffen's having a fun time over there flanking. Can I get shells over this? No, I can't. Need to get my bow pointed a little more back. really wish we had the other spawn. Like, that side of the map. That'll be Moskva radar. I'm a little worried about where their Shima has gone. Because there is someone in that cap. I'm gonna safety hydro. Oh, my spotter plane's good to go again. This might reacquire the Kremlin. Yep, there's the Shima. Can I see the Kremlin? No. I really don't want to be the one spotting him. Come on, Grani. You are still a destroyer. Gronigan, please. My guy. I get you can only deal damage by shooting your guns. You don't got torpedoes. But we can only deal damage if you spot things. And destroyers earn full credit for spotting damage. So, like, he has no reason not to do spotting. This is gonna hurt. My cat is getting into things, because of course she is. Frisk, could you please not?
I don't know what you're doing.
Get out of it. Whatever it is, get out of it. You know, it was looking like this was, like, completely over not long ago. It ain't looking like that anymore. Especially knowing this Groningen is not willing to spot things. He wants to just farm. Which is very much a bit of a problem, because spotting wins games, and the enemy team has a lot more of it. Yeah, all of the Montana's guns are not pointing this way at all, so... I'm feeling decently confident in doing this. And this is also where, like, comparing 1 to 1 isn't exactly a great thing to do. Like, 1 battle to 1 battle. Because, yeah, this battle I am doing less damage, but I've also had less opportunity to really be shooting at things that my guns can deal damage to. So, you know. Now it's just 3 destroyers. Versus the world. I missed. He accelerated a little too much.
Torpedoes to starboard.
Okay, we do still have a Des Moines. Those were spotted pretty far away. Those are probably Shima noob tubes. But I think I'll get around them, so...
Torpedoes to starboard. Our victory is in sight. Torpedoes to starboard. Torpedoes direct front. Torpedoes direct front.
Okay. No, it isn't. Well, I suppose. Given I'm here to not push into the Shimakaze. Yeah, those look like noob tubes. Maybe. It's hard to tell. I think they hit the island, so... And down goes the Groningen. I am just not gonna... I'll just stay around here. Where he was, he probably can't torpedo me. I do love how the enemy team had a division until it looks like they were going to lose, in which case the entire division has just dissolved.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
It's always funny when that happens. Ugh. I do feel like of the salvos I fired, more of my shells, on average, were hitting. I'd have to stop and do the math on it, but... And that just comes down to my aim. Like, to be fair. Running this funny button, it's entirely on you when you miss. Which tells me that battleship mains are gonna hate it. Because, you know... They're going to want to blame absolutely everything on the aiming system and all that. When no. Sometimes when you miss, you just missed. Yeah, another more signals. I really don't know what to think of this thing. That has probably put me up to around a 50% win rate in it, though. Just about. 43. One more win will be 50. Like, it definitely doesn't seem like a bad ship. I'm just struggling to see the point of it. That's kind of where I'm at. I mean, not every ship needs to have a point or purpose in existing. You know, I want to try it in operations. This is going to go horribly. There's probably also going to be many other people also using this thing in operations. Because, you know, this is the week where people will be acquiring the ship. By the end of the week, I imagine the thing's going to be pretty much everywhere for a day or two. Cherry Blossom. Okay. I think I'm actually going to start with the alternate fire mode. Wait. I'm going to stay with standard fire mode until the battle starts, then swap to the alternate. I don't think it matters, but I don't trust the game to actually give me the proper reload if I don't do it this way. Because, like, close range slaps are definitely what... It's giving me the 16-second reload anyway, because I had clicked over to the button. I had spelled button horribly wrong. There's probably going to be some torpedoes on the way, maybe? That's a bummer. Ah, that's the bigger bummer. Come on, ship, come on. No. Ah, I thought they'd already launched all their torpedoes. Yeah, operations probably aren't a good place for that thing anyway. Yeah, I want to do some ranked. I'm gonna hop back in Udachi. Because I can actually play Udachi for a change. Because I'm not doing missions anymore. I mean, there are still some missions I could be doing. This will be available in 5 days. There's this, which I really don't care about. They're doing a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles crossover, and I honestly just couldn't care. And there are still some missions here I could do to get like 10,000 silver. It's not worth focusing on any of them. But yeah, like, I just... Like, I've got nothing against the TMNT, but like... all of this stuff is so expensive for nothing. Like, you get some commanders, but like, that's about it. Or you could spend 41,600 doubloons, which is not an insignificant amount of doubloons. Like, that is not cheap. Like, to get a camouflage, some other camouflages, some commanders, and a discount on tier 2 to 10 German ships. For 30 days. And again, that is not an insignificant amount of money. Yeah, I don't... Wargaming just did a good event. They gotta do a bad event to make up for it. That's kind of how it feels like Wargaming's been going all year. Is like, good event, bad event, good event, bad event, good event, bad event. Now, if only they could figure out how to just eliminate the bad events, then everyone would be happy. The way they included Napoli in the containers, though, like the little pizza box container things you can buy, has me thinking they're going to be removing Napoli from sale soon. They usually give warning, though, so... It has led to me just hanging on to my coal for now, though. Because I don't want to get blindsided by it being removed. Because if they are going to remove it, I'll pick it up. If they aren't going to, I'm going to pick up Brisbane. That's basically where I'm at. I'm really hopeful Wargaming just stops removing ships from sale and just balances them instead. Like, there's a decently controversial ship they removed from sale. That was an armory ship called Thunderer. The reason it's decently controversial they removed it from sale was they removed it from sale because it was overpowered, and it kind of was. But they then proceeded to nerf Thunderer. And now she's just kind of mediocre. So, they could bring her back for sale, right? They nerfed her. No, they're not doing that. I don't get it. Like, their argument tends to be, oh, but popularity is part of the reason why they remove things from sale, which is their reason for removing Graph Spee from sale. Graph Spee being a unique Tier 6 premium. That got very popular because they gave her away for free to everybody. That's how I have one. I wouldn't have bought her otherwise. They literally gave her away for free to everybody. And then we're like, whoa, hold up. Too many people are playing this ship. It's like, you literally just gave it to hundreds of thousands of players. Like, of course people are going to play it. Why wouldn't they play it? I really wish these little islands weren't here so I could just torpedo straight that way. There's probably going to be some of them coming around right there. Maybe. I'm going to actually just hold off on using my torpedoes. I should keep them at the ready, though. This thing is not a gunboat. What am I up against, anyway? A Sims or a Sims? Yeah, I'm just going to line. What is the concealment? 6-6. Okay, I will see them coming. Okay, they're both not here as well. That's good to know. Well, there goes our Sims. Okay, he's kind of moving away from me now. I'd have to be... That's a regular Scharnhorst, so no engine boost. 31.5 knots. I'd have to be about 7-ish kilometers from him to successfully torpedo him. But I can keep him spotted. The downside is, because he's firing his guns, and thus other people are also spotting him, I'm getting literally nothing for that. Sims has like a 3-second reload. I have a 10-second reload. I was really hopeful I'd catch him with one of those. Might catch the Mysore. You had all the warning in the world, my guy. How? I'm gonna torpedo reload boost. Okay, well, the Warspite will probably feel that. Yeah, the island. I couldn't exactly see it. Yeah, I'd rather not be pinged. Gotta help my Mutsu as much as I can. Hi, Sims. The Sims absolutely wins this gunfight. Well, assuming I don't have enough help to stay alive. I need to just clear. I'd rather not be pinged, thanks. I don't like getting pinged. It's not very nice. Good job, Mutsu! I'm gonna do that for the Mysore. Yeah. There's a pretty good chance of hitting him. It's really annoying. Okay, no, the sub's dead. I was gonna say, it's really annoying how the sub outspots me, but the sub is dead. I really want to get into that cap circle, but pretty sure Mysore has Hydro. Yes, it does. Well, our sub is dead. Yeah, shotgunning doesn't work anymore, little buddy. That works, though. Come on, Mutsu, you can win that. Ah, he has a heal. I don't want to risk. I don't want to risk it. Because I don't know if the Mutsu's gonna win that and survive. And he is flooding down. His guns are pointed the other way. Oh. That Mutsu's also getting a +1. For those who may not know what the submarine did, of why I, like, well done, +1'd him immediately, he rammed the enemy Sims. Man, that was nice. Also closing in more and more on actually getting the ship I want for steel. I'm so freaking close. I just don't want to deal with freaking ranked as much as I'm gonna need to. I'm basically gonna have to push all the way through gold to get all of the steel I need. Or I think I could cut a little bit off if I were to buy a super ship, but that would take all of my silver, and I really don't want to do that. Did that operation just end? It is Cherry Blossom. Cleveland didn't live much longer. Malta wasn't much help. Sounds about right. I am sitting on 3 million free XP. I should really do something with that. But I've been doing rather well with Yudachi in ranked. She feels very comfortable for ranked. Like, her and Haida are both really comfortable ranked boats. And just think, I'm not even a great destroyer player. I'm just one who understands the point of a destroyer. Like, it's why I rarely smoke up unless I absolutely need to like, help farm someone down or, you know. It's because that's not my purpose in life. You know. 6-4, 6. Okay, I'm only briefly outspotted by the Fubuki. The Fubuki outguns me, doesn't it? Yeah. The Fubuki outguns me. I mean, that is with the 5% increase reload, so he won't actually have that, but still, it's better than my 9.5. Ah, and I'm located. Good old RPF. Nothing beats it. Except a lot of 4-point skills. So I'm willing to bet that's probably the Tokachi. Because I can't see a reason why torpedo destroyers would be running RPF. And neither of those are premiums, so... There are far better skills for a torpedo destroyer to be running than RPF. If you're wondering what RPF means, that's what this located thing means. It means someone on the enemy team is running the skill Radio Position Finder, where basically it points them in the general direction of the nearest enemy. In this case, me. Our Fubuki is AFK. Not a great start. I think I'm going to try and torp up this line kind of here. Once I get around this island. So my torpedoes should be ready. Just gonna dump. Okay, is our Fubuki... Yeah, it is a full stealth build. Okay, neither of their destroyers came this way. So it's just that Scharnhorst. So I should be fine. Okay, it's right there. Good to know. Oh, torpedo in on the Tokachi. I thought I had capped A. I'm dumb. Why did I think I had capped A? What did I just spot? I'm confused. Okay, what is here? Fubuki. Fubuki not using its guns. Oh, that's not good. That Akatsuki is legit just using its guns. Props to him. I'm going to take the opportunity to try to finish off this Fubuki. Because I'm pretty safe to do that. There we go. Now to see if I can find this Akatsuki, who also outguns me. Yeah, Yudachi doesn't have the best guns. I almost feel like this Akatsuki might even be a gun build. It's not concealment, that's for sure. I missed. Okay. Turning away. Okay, he went up into the cap. Problem is, I've got to try and keep my guns on where he probably is. There he is. What is that? Nagato. Those might... Oh, good lord. Potatoes will be potatoes. I'm giving that Fubuki a +1. Pretty sure the compliment went through. Steal! I'm gonna make absolutely sure it did. Like, this is not the kind of destroyer you really want to be using the guns in, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't. Like, if you have the opportunity to use your guns and it can do some good, you should be. Like, I've heard so many people complain about, oh, but the 180 turn, like, when you turn, your guns go off target. It's like, yeah, they do. So wiggle. Like, you can wiggle to get your guns back on target when they're reloaded. Like, you've got time. Fire, angle away, and then try to keep your guns roughly where they should be to able to wiggle back and fire them. Like, Udachi is a really nice little ship, and so many people don't seem to realize these torpedoes go 15 kilometers. No, hey, Graphs B. I was just mentioning this ship earlier. Like, they basically gave her away for free to everybody, and then complained when there was too many people using her. It's like, what? I could be a real jerk and play Undyne. Really don't feel like doing that, though. I'm not a fan of submarines. I wouldn't want to curse that on other people. Do I have... I do. I have an adequate build on this thing. It would be a nice change of pace from just always playing Haida. But the reason I always play Haida over Gajamada, even though they're fundamentally the same ship, just Gajamada's better at torpedoing, Haida is better at hunting destroyers. Haida will win this gunfight. Mostly because, well, Haida just simply deals more damage with her high explosive. Like, and also is harder to detect. You could bump Haida up to tier 9 or 10, and she'd probably still be fine. Like, this is a powerful ship. Like, as she should be. It's Canada's fightingest ship, after all. I get Mysore at one point. I should really play it more, but definitely not in ranked. I just don't want to do destroyers all the time. But I'm also very much in the camp of I don't want to play a bad ship. I could take Munshin. Munshin's pretty nice. Really high damage per minute. Especially for like a tier 7 light cruiser, and there's basically nothing I won't be able to pen. So, that'll be nice. I've barely played it as well. Its armor is completely terrible, but... You know, I could do West Virginia. I don't know if I've ever done West Virginia 44 in ranked. Have I? Oh, no, I have. 3 battles. Yeah, let's do it. I want to change a pace from, brain, work with me here. From destroyers. Okay. I kinda want Collinwood. If I didn't need to replace the CPU in my computer, I'd probably buy Collinwood. Like, this Christmas. But I'm not going to have the money, and I know it, so. I've already bought stuff that I shouldn't have bought. Ooh, no destroyers in this battle. Okay. But yeah, Collinwood has a 26-second reload on 419mm guns on a tier 7. Those are big guns by tier 7. These are basically tier 9 guns on a tier 7. It does only have 6 of them. But that reload, and it also has a main battery reload booster. And a hydro. Only regular heal, but still, like... There is not much to dislike about Collinwood. Now, it would be better if it was a tier 8, but that just... You could say that about basically every tier 7 battleship. They would be better if they were a tier 8. Basically every ship in general, every tier 7, would be significantly better if they were a tier 8. Like Helena. That ship has 15 guns and an 8-second reload. 8.5, I believe it is. Yeah. That is a large amount of damage per minute. That will never penetrate 32. It is literally incapable of it. I missed. Go, I missed. I should really turn my attention to the sign up right up there. I was hopeful I'd break a gun. Okay, a lot of them came this way. That's the sign up. That's a dead Atlanta.
Enemy cruiser destroyed.
Doing a lot of kill securing. I feel kind of bad doing that, but, you know. Let's see if I can make this turn. Because chasing after a Leipzig is exactly what that Leipzig wants you to be doing. God, I'm so slow.
Our victory is in sight.
Okay, enemy team has completely fallen apart. Yeah, it has completely fallen apart. I would shoot at the Leipzig, but I don't want to. I don't want to secure another kill. Can we just win? Wow, that was a bad game for me, damage-wise. But like, a win's a win. I'll take it. Wouldn't be surprised if, yeah, I didn't make that much. Probably nearly the bottom of the scoreboard, yeah. That enemy team just fell apart. None of them could decide who should be the one spotting, so they all tried to spot, and then they all died. Like... No cruisers this time. Which means I'm probably not going to get to use my secondaries. Because I'm going to have to play pretty passively. Yeah, none of us have hydro.
Fair seas. Action stations. Good luck, everyone. Awaiting instructions.
The beauty of being so slow is I'll probably be like the last one being torped at. But yeah, this is not gonna go great.
Enemy force detected.
Okay, I'm not gonna have the gun range for that. Nelson. Their battleships have bigger guns than ours do on average. That's not fun. Especially because, like... Well, I mean, there's no cruisers, so Gneisenau's guns aren't gonna matter here, but... Nelson's guns will matter. You know, assuming he doesn't just lob high explosive all game. Okay. Okay, our Z39 should have that. Good job, Zed. Come on, spotter. Reacquire the Nelson. No. It's such a good angle, too.
Spotter returning to ship.
Blah.
Attention. Reporting a target position.
I'm just gonna angle in. Get me closer. So my secondaries start firing. Gods, I don't like American dispersion. The lack of a dispersion mod is really felt. Our Sharn should have that, though.
Our team has taken the lead.
Man, another really low damage game. Yeah, by the time that 43 comes around the island, I'm gonna be behind this one. I'm literally going max speed. This thing is slow. Well, no, I suppose I'm going 0.2 knots under. There we go. It finally realized it should be going that little bit faster and sped up. American dispersion. I hit the Sharn aiming for the Bliss. If that doesn't exemplify American dispersion, I don't know what will.
Our victory is in sight.
Missed the bliss entirely.
Torpedoes, dead ahead. Torpedoes to port.
It didn't exactly go the way he thought it was going to. Well, it's not the lowest damage game anymore. Not exactly what I'd call a high damage game, but, you know. Go, American dispersion! Fail me yet again. Well, it didn't fail me, but came decently close. Hey, one more victory and I get my last steal from bronze rank. Yeah, I do so much better playing destroyers. At least when it comes to, ranked. Though, I mean, to be fair, I'd probably be doing better if I were to hop over here and grab, like, Sharn 43, Heinrich, you know, even possibly, like, Repulse. It's more just the speed of the battleship that's the problem. Hugo would probably be doing just fine. Hugo usually does pretty okay. The problem with Hugo, and I'm pretty sure my my win rate in it will exemplify this. Yeah. You have very little impact over how the battle is actually gonna go, because all you do is raw damage. Like, I've done pretty alright. 80k average damage is not bad for, you know, ranked. But honestly, 80k average damage in a tier 7 is pretty alright. But you have so little battle impact because your only impact is the damage you deal. I have a thing on Twitch. Do I have more? Oh man, I have mission. Thank you, Wargaming. Appreciate it. Yeah. You'll be to earn some, probably, ribbons. Torpedo hits are set on fire. Or receive 5 million potential damage. I think I've come close to that in a single battle before. Yeah, I've come close to that in a single battle before. In a ship that people say can't tank. It's almost as if people just play it wrong. The British battleships are probably some of the best tanks as long as you're careful about it. But yeah, I need some coffee really quick, so I will be right back. And I'm back. Yeah, let's take Hyuga in. What's the worst that could happen? I lose, and then lose a star? It's not the biggest of deals. It's always a sign-up. It's almost enough to make me want to rebuy my sign-up. Just for playing around here in Ranked. Because sign-up is an incredibly heavily armored ship with really big guns. It doesn't really have a downside compared to all the other Tier 7 battleships. Like, you know, let's go through even just these other Tier 7s here of Hyuga. Downside? The gun caliber. I've only got 356s. I've got 12 of them, but they're only 356s. Like, they don't really overmatch much of anything. Scharnhorst 43. Big downside. Gun caliber. He has 283s. She doesn't overmatch basically anything. Sign up, 406s. Overmatches all of us. Like, I think I might have, like, the highest HP. No, I think it even does. Yeah, it has 5,000 more HP than I do. Not looking forward to those torpedoes. What if I want to aim each of my turrets at a different enemy? I know what they mean, but, like, they mean to focus fire. I think their destroyer went to B. Maybe. Does Grom have radar? Grom does not have radar. Sharn, you should really be in front of me. Oh, there's the sign up. Oh, it's a Scharnhorst B. I thought that was a 43. Really? Some players, man. Our Sharn 43 is a potato. Got it. That sign-off is making itself pretty juicy, though. I might be too far away. Yeah, I think I'm too far away. My hand just twitched. That probably is going to be a miss. Unless my hand twitch did what I need it to do. Well, I still hit the sign up. Yeah, their destroyer definitely went B. There he is. Our Normandy's probably dead. There's a Mahan. Yeah, Mahan can stealth torp. The fact he isn't stealth torping, though, has me thinking he may not be equipped to do so. I would reload boost, but I'm pretty sure he'll be behind the island before I'm reloaded, so it'd be kind of a waste. Really worried about that sign-up loading AP. Like, that would suck a lot. And he has. Okay, he found his 2 key. Problem. That is quite the big problem. He is still broadside, though. That is not a great shot. Bugger. That is not good. Come on, come on. Yeah, like, I can't do much to really change the outcome of this battle. The most I can do is just farm damage and try to make sure I don't lose a star. Where's the sign up? Turning around. Okay. Man, if I could get a citadel, that would be really nice. His guns are going to take a while to turn. This is my last reload booster, but... There we go. Okay. We are currently ahead on points, but that is not going to last long. Did not lead that anywhere near enough. It's hard to tell how fast he's going because, like, there's a big rock in the way. Our Flint is probably dead. Yeah, and he's too far behind that island there. Yes! Okay, this is winnable. What way are his guns facing? I can't tell. He did just fire. So. Where is he? There he is. Ow. I reload quite a bit faster than him, don't I? Yeah. My goal is to get into the cap. If I can get into the cap, we basically win. As long as that Scharnhorst doesn't die, which he might. He very well might. Basically just trying to hedge my bets at this point, because we might still win if I can get into the cap anyway. Really? Oh, and they've edged ahead on points. But I'll get the cap, no problem. Gotta take the shot. I only had like a brief moment, but I gotta take that shot. This isn't good. I need to stay ready to help him. Because that guy is very much a potato. Okay. I think my shells would have got it anyway, but that was close. That was far closer than it needed to be. Jesus. At least I would have preserved my star if that had been a loss. This guy... You know, this is why you don't discount even potatoes. Even potatoes can pull a game out. You just don't like it when they have to. Oh, that was stressful at the end. Man. What is the brawl currently? 4v4s, tier 8. Yeah, let's see if I can get my one brawl win. Everyone's gonna be playing Aparanga. No, it just occurred to me. Everyone's gonna be playing Aparanga, and I don't want to deal with that thing. I should really get working on my, my Yorktown. I got this thing during the early access event. And have just basically never played it. Do I really want that? I mean, that would give me 3 smoke screens. But this would get me my squadrons faster. Do I have a higher level commander I could throw on here? I have Montana, I suppose. Not Montana. Optimus. Yeah, I have Montana. It's only 1 point. Okay, this is a point where I need to, like... Wrong website. Where I need... World of Warships Shipbuilder. I wish I just had a tab to, like, show you guys what I'm doing. But it's basically a website that you can use to look at stuff. Okay. I don't really care about how the torpedo bombers are doing. So just mimicking the commander I've got on here at the moment. Okay. So I'm looking at 109 seconds for the rockets. That'd be 103 with the replenishment. The dive bombers would be 120 instead of 127. That's not a big enough difference to matter. I almost think I want concealment. Like, the extra smoke screen would be nice, but just not getting spotted in the first place would probably be better. The torpedo bomber HP is definitely what I'll be going with for slot 4 because, well, may as well try to keep them going. May as well take aerial torpedo speed because the other upgrades are basically worthless. Aircraft engine modification because everything else is worthless. Air groups 1 because okay. I've got my build figured. I'm definitely going to take concealment. The extra smoke and engine boost would be nice, but I don't really think I care. I'd rather have concealment. Why would I want that? These have a long enough attack time. Like, does this say anywhere the attack time? It doesn't. But this will be like 10 or so seconds. I'd rather just have the torpedoes go a bit faster. I mean, they're already decently fast for aerial torpedoes, so... This is kind of the problem with, like, building a carrier. Is, like... Let me get my tabs back up. So, you know, you see how on here I have, well, the planes I care about the most having more HP. Torpedo speed, engine cooling, and return speed. The planes I care about having health as much, torpedo speed, engine cooling, return speed. The planes I care about having the most HP, torpedo speed, engine cooling, return speed. You're noticing a trend, I hope. The planes I care about having the most HP, torpedo speed, engine cooling, return speed. What do you know? The same song and dance again. We can come over here, and, well, Furious doesn't have those upgrades because I've taken them off of her, but she had the bombing upgrade, the, torpedo speed, the engine cooling. Having it to Implacable, which, wouldn't you know it, same 4 upgrades, basically. You go all the way up here to Audacious, and wouldn't you know it, it's the same upgrades again. And you get to Malta, which again, it's the same upgrades. Again. Again. Like, I don't think I have a single carrier that doesn't run those upgrades except Burn, who doesn't have torpedoes. And this, I don't care about. So I threw the secondary mod on there because may as well, I guess. I could have just left that slot empty and it would have been just as productive. Like, if they have torpedoes, they're taking torpedo speed. If they don't, you may as well just leave the slot empty. Like, you compare that though with like regular surface ships. Like, I'm gonna grab destroyers. And for the most part, yeah, all my destroyers are running the same upgrades. Except, you know, as you come along, different. And sometimes I run this because, you know, this can be pretty helpful at times. You know, different. Like, there's at least a slot that will be different, and that being slot 3. Like, within the first 4 slots, there will be one slot that will be different. And it basically comes down to, is it a gunboat? Is it a torpedo boat? But every carrier is the same. Basically meaning there is no build variety to be had with carriers. Like, you are running the same 4 upgrades for your main slots. And even the 5th slot, more often than not, you're probably just running concealment. Unless you're playing British, in which case you're running flight control mod. Like, but even then, like, outside of, like, Yorktown, like, the Essex line, even flight control mod is arguably the best upgrade for slot 5. Like, there is no real variety, and a lot of these upgrade choices are my personal choice. I've seen some people that'll come in here and run main battery mod too, for the extra traverse speed, because they find that 51.7 seconds a bit long. I'm okay with it. You know, Meanwhile, with carriers, there is no variety. Slot 1, you're never running auxiliary armaments. You're never running damage control mod. Because, I mean, you could. 40% longer on the 60 seconds is not nothing. But why? Maybe once we have manual control of the damage con. Here, you're never running this. This isn't gonna matter. Every carrier burns like a tier 5 ship. Like, this, it doesn't matter. In this slot, none of them have the range for a secondary build. And the attack time, I could see it maybe mattering on rockets. Maybe? But even then, I really can't. In here, you're always just going to pick the one that gives the most HP for whatever squad you care about. There's no reason to pick anything else. And in here, it's either flight control or concealment. Though more often than not, flight control. Now let's go fail in some operations, because I'm probably going to. I would play randoms, but I just got over 100 karma recently. I don't want to lose it. I probably have already lost it. Hold on. No, I'm at 108. I'll probably lose it doing operations. But, yeah. I'll also probably be in this queue for a while. Or not. That was a pretty quick pop. Hermes. I am honestly not sure how this is gonna go. At least I have the tactical squadrons, but I'm gonna start with my torpedo bombers. And I'm going to preserve 2 flights of them. And that right there is why I didn't bother dropping a fighter. There is no point. Yeah, they'll not have even spawned yet, I don't think, so. There they are. Well, looks like I got 2 back. Nah, did not lead that right. Let's do rockets, because I am out of torpedo bombers now. Yeah, of course. I basically have to fly over the Z-52 here, because there's no point trying to bomb it. It'll be dead before my bombs hit the water. Yeah, carriers in operations is just not a great time. There's no point. It's going to be long dead. Yeah, I'm just going to recall. I can probably get some spotting in. I can't attack into that group, just flat out, but... I can do spotting, however. You know, until they reach the point where they're spotting the ships themselves, like they are now, and I stop getting reward. That's fun. I almost feel like anyone that thinks carriers are overpowered should have to play them in operations. See how quickly their opinions change. A minute 5 to get a torpedo bomber back. I got none of those torpedo bombers back, by the way. They're all dead. At this point, I am an AA platform. I don't think I'm gonna have torpedo bombers again for the rest of this battle. And I've only dealt 34,000 damage. This is where, and I know, controversial opinion, carriers should not be able to run out of planes. Yeah, I literally can't even do anything at this point, so...
Autopilot mode enabled.
May as well just get moving towards the end point. And I missed. Iowa, please. What's my secondary range? 45.
Torpedo, dead ahead.
Iowa, please. I'd rather not get stuck here. Thanks, buddy. Now I'm gonna use torpedo, aren't I? No.
Concentrate fire on the designated target. Autopilot mode enabled.
Yeah, I'm working on it, my guy. A flat cloud spawned right in my path. Oh, still some things I'm the one spotting, I suppose. Ow. Rude. one plane. Yeah, I'm just out. Did get around 200,000 spotting damage. Where is Rouen? Okay, it's right there. I'm gonna eat that torpedo. Not like it matters, though. Man, I don't know why I thought that would be a good idea. Like, there was nothing I could do there. I almost lost credits on that. Yeah, that was not worth it. Not in the slightest. I'll go back to ranked. Man, I do not know what to play. Suppose I could play Undrecht a bit, because there is a new line of Dutch cruisers coming, which will be light cruisers starting at tier 8, so I'll need experience on the tier 7, so... I'll also want to get another commander trained up, because I have one. I have one Dutch commander. Need to get concealment expert on this guy. I could probably... That's a lot of my free XP. I don't need it for doing this with... Yeah, I'll just go like this. I am gonna need XP, so I may as well throw that on. I just wish that they were going to actually be light cruisers and not super lights. Like, they are going to be super lights that can pen 32. They'll be able to pen exactly 32. Because they're going to have German guns. But I really wish they were just proper light cruisers with 150s. Like, call me crazy, but like, I feel like that's kind of just the better way to go about it. Right, my AA is such short range, but if that carrier comes after me, oh boy, is he gonna lose some planes? Prince Isle, Frederick, Gneisenau, Nagato, Dallas. What was my top speed again? 34.7. Ugh, not having prop mod, I can feel it. Okay, their Pensacola, I think, has RPF. If spawns are mirrored, it'll be their Pensacola. If spawns aren't mirrored, it's the Belfast. Because if they were mirrored, it should have been me immediately located. I do have 11-kilometer drop range, so once I can get nestled up behind an island, I should be basically fine. It's the Pensa. Okay. Look at all the fighters. Is our Dallas even loaded? Okay, he is. Wait, I'm no longer located. It is the Belfast. I'll take a little bit of damage, but really don't think that was worth it for him. Come on, baby boys. One of you has to spot. It's a Pensacola. Aw, I just barely missed. I am the one spotting. I have not used these cruisers in so frickin' long. I'm gonna die.
team has taken the lead.
It's battles like that that make me want to just stop playing. Like, all that guy had to do was push his W key and, you know, get spotting for myself and the Dallas, and we could have helped him actually win that a little bit. But no. No. He had to hide behind the cruiser. He's totally not playing a brawling battleship. He's got to hide, though. He doesn't want to get shot at. It might scratch his paint. Come on now. Like, don't be ridiculous. I do really like these guns, though. Which is why I'm really sad we're not going to get a line with them. Like, the Tier 8 could easily just be basically indirect again, but with two triple on, you know, the two doubles turn into two triples, so it has 12 guns. Same reload, you know, good 8-second reload. It's not bad for a Tier 8. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. Like, you then go from there to, you know, a Tier 9 where, you know, you keep basically the same guns, you give them a minor reload buff, let's say 7.5, increase the airstrike. I mean, going to Tier 8, you basically increase the airstrike anyway, from at least compared to the Tier 7. You know, you climb, you progress, and you make them better, and you keep them actual light cruisers, not super lights. But I can almost guarantee you I know exactly why the Dutch cruisers are going to be super lights. It's to try to appease battleship mains. Who I have not looked at the Discord, but are probably already complaining up a storm because they're introducing a new light cruiser line, and they're going to have already deemed the pretty slow reload to be way too fast and way too overpowered. All this nice, neat, fun stuff. Because clearly cruiser players aren't allowed to have anything new and fun to play with. Only battleship players are allowed that. Our Scharnhorst is probably going to die. Well, that Scharnhorst, anyway. Okay. What am I gonna run face first into? Likely a Fiji, could be Lazo, probably gonna be the battleships. Because none of their battleships have gotten spotted yet. Whose spotter is that? Repulse. Okay, I am spotted. I'm not counter-spotting whatever is spotting me. That could be problematic. If it's the submarine, I'm basically screwed. Lazo.
Torpedoes astern.
Ah, the submarine is over here too.
Torpedoes astern.
Okay. Good to know. I don't like knowing that, but it is good to know. Repulse. Repulse, please.
Ship is on fire. Engine damage. Awaiting instructions. Problem solved, sir. Awaiting instructions.
I don't know why he's pinging the square I'm on. I am actively doing my best to help here. Like... And the submarine's near me again.
Awaiting instructions.
Yep, there it is. I can do literally nothing about that. Just gonna clear the ping and hope.
Torpedoes dead ahead. Problem solved, sir. Torpedoes direct front. Torpedoes to port. Torpedoes to port.
And our only real way of spotting their submarine is dead. Didn't notice that. That's fun. The thing is, I know where their submarine is, I just don't have the tools to do anything about it. Because I guess giving the Dutch cruiser something on 5 would be too much effort. I don't think this will actually get me the spotting I want, but... especially if it's gonna fly the other direction. Nope, the sub went around the other way. He's out there somewhere. Well, if nothing else, I might be able to preserve my star. He's right there. Come on, boys. You're probably within range.
Awaiting instruction.
Always gotta try and make them feel bad. Nah, I won't. I won't go there. I might have preserved my star at least. Definitely lost one here, so yeah. Almost didn't though. I was second on the team. Endracht is not bad, but man, do I really need the 10-point commander. Like, this is a pretty big difference. I should also really work on this thing. Honestly, what I should do is just simply free XP my way into the tier 7 and just sell the tier 6. But given how close it is to the winter event, I want to hang on to the tier 6 so I can get the snowflake off of it. I lost a star. How? I'm sorry, but I refuse to believe he actually did better than I did. I think the game's just being a jerk. I should have just stuck with the stuff that was winning. I mean, I got the steel out of it. We'll have a new battle pass soon. That'll probably have another 500 steel. I only need 811. Okay, I suppose it's 600 steel they tend to have. Actually, no, it's 1200. So yeah, I just need to wait for the next battle pass, which it will be in like 5 days, and then I just need to get to the steel parts, and then I'll have incomparable. I should really just pick up a coal ship now, but like the thought in the back of my head is I want Brisbane. Because 12-kilometer stealth radar with good duration, like, near enough to minnow guns. Not quite minnow guns, but near enough. Pretty good torpedoes. Like, really good anti-aircrafts. It's the Minotaur hull, of course it would. But Napoli's probably better. I just don't have a commander for Napoli. But also, Trump could be funny. Any of these would mean one more super container from this event. So, you know. That would be nice. And this also ends in like 5 days, so. I'm to the point where there is so many coal ships I want. Like, I'm almost tempted as well just to pick up Forrest Sherman for the next trade-in event. Like, because Forrest Sherman is the cheapest tier 10. So, it's also not a bad ship, but I had intended to pick it up again after the last trade-in event and then just never did. So, I will say, if you're a new player seeing this and like, you're like, man, what should I do for a coal ship? One, depending on how new you are, if you're really new to the game and you just want like a solid low tier premium to get you by and like maybe play ranked in, Bliskavica. Bliskavica is a pretty nice little ship. It says it has high detectability, but it's pretty much on par with every other tier 7 destroyer. It has a smokescreen, decent enough torpedoes. Agile is also pretty nice. Again, says high detectability, but it's a French destroyer with a smokescreen. Can get you into the feel of the French playstyle with having the backup of the smokescreen. If you're in the position I'm in, where you have like 280 some thousand coal, what I would honestly suggest you do, especially if you're after playing ranked, Duke of York, Podvarski. Pick them both up. This is a solid battleship. I've never gotten along with her, but she is a good battleship. I just don't get along with her. I don't tend to do well in good ships. I don't know what it is. But Duke of York is a good ship. Load the AP and you will do perfectly fine. She has improved pen angles on her AP, has access to hydro for some extra help with surviving, can help you learn where obvious torpedoes are coming from. And Podvarski here is just a nice solid tier 8 with a smokescreen. It is short burst, but that's not always a bad thing. Does mean you'll get back to your smokescreen faster. You only have AP, but it has improved pen angles. This is a pretty solid cruiser. You just don't want to be getting shot in it, because that is a pretty big citadel. That's also your armor belt. Like, you just don't want to be getting shot at. If you feel comfortable playing light cruisers, Podvarski is probably a pretty good choice. If you want something a bit higher tier, to like say make credits in or something, Jaeger. You don't have a smokescreen, but you do have a lot of really fast reloading torpedoes and really good concealment. Like, you have great concealment. These torpedoes are very comfortable to use because of their speed. Like, a new player should be able to do decently fine with Jaeger. Pommern is also a pretty good new player choice. Basically, Bismarck a tier higher with less accuracy, but I believe slightly better secondaries. Maybe the exact same secondaries. I'm not actually sure. But either way, like, it's definitely not a bad ship. This superstructure is a bit of a weak spot, but that's how every battleship works. Avoid Tulsa like the plague. Avoid Carnot like the plague. You want neither of these ships. And then, if you're properly new, you don't want a tier 10. The reason for that is you might notice there's a difference in these icons and these icons. Tier 10s are not premiums. They are special ships. What that means is they don't have a baked-in credit modifier like all of these tier 9s do. And even the tier 7s, 8s. The tier 10 premiums up here, well, special ships, have roughly the same income as tier 8 premiums. So if you're after credit generation, get the tier 8. You know, that's what you should be looking at. Tier 9s have the best credit modifier. So if you're properly new and want credit modifier to make a lot of credits, you want a tier 9. With the tier 9s, Awami and Kearsarge are also great options. Kearsarge here is basically Montana, a tier lower, with a flight deck and a bit of a longer reload. It's arguable that Kearsarge might actually be better than Montana. You could make that argument. The thing to watch out for is this is auxiliary room plating, not superstructure. This doesn't damage saturate. This does. This superstructure plating up here does. This auxiliary room plating doesn't. You will eat a lot of damage if someone can get a shot in on that. But if you're at range, there's not much of it for them to hit. So it's more of a mid-range ship. That doesn't mean to play it long range. That means to play it in mid-range. Awami, there's really no downside to this ship. She's just a solid battleship all round. Pretty good deck armor, will shatter a lot of high explosive. Pretty small superstructure. Doesn't really have the same weakness as Yamato. Kinda does, but also kinda doesn't. There's a little bit in there, but it's not enough. Good solid armor belt. The only real weak spot is the back, so just don't kite. Or if you do kite, make sure you're basically not showing too much of your butt, because you will take a lot of damage. She does also have enhanced secondaries, so that's something. Trying to think through a few of these other things. If you're right properly new and you have somehow gotten into the armory without getting into a tier 5 ever, Yubari is nice to use while you continue through your protected matchmaking. If you're brand new to the game and you have not gotten into a tier 5 yet or played 200 battles, you are in a protected matchmaking bracket and will not encounter veteran players like myself ever until you touch a tier 5 or have played 200 battles. This being a tier 4 also has access to Aiming Systems Mod 0, which gaining access to that is a good or a bad thing, depending on how you look at it, because, well, you're gonna wish you could put that on everything. Like, a lot of those coal ships are junk. I'm actually gonna come back in here because I'm on this ramble now. Like, junk or not worth grabbing. Like, Moskva isn't bad, but she doesn't offer much over the tech tree Russian cruisers. So you may as well just go for them. Alvaro de Bazan. Just avoid it. It's not very good. You're a worse gunboat than Kavarosk with a burst fire. And, like, sure, that is a slightly more accurate burst fire. But you're waiting then 21 seconds to fire again. In that time, a Kavarosk is just going to eat you alive. And you're probably going to shatter most of your shells on the Kavarosk's armor belt. Half-Horde is confused. Basically, it's a Fletcher that gives up a torpedo launcher for a catapult. It also gives up a gun. It's not very good. You're better off with just playing Fletcher. A gear doesn't really have much point to exist. Azuma isn't bad. I'd argue it's arguably better than Yoshino because you can print credits in it. Tulsa is just bad. If it was a tier 8, it would be good. It wouldn't even be overpowered as a tier 8. It would just be good. It is a 6-gun cruiser with a 5.8 second reload. The ironic thing, from what I understand, is this is actually the kind of reload that these guns should have had. The Des Moines 203s with their autoloaders. But they're 5.5 in-game for some reason. But yeah, Tulsa's just kind of bad. Carnot has no reason to exist. The Tech Tree French battlecruisers are just better. Just ignore it. It does not have a reason to exist. It does have Dazzle camo, which is pretty nice. Do like me some Dazzle. But just ignore it. Marco Polo has no real reason to exist. The whole point of it was to be a sap-slinging battleship that could overmatch 27 millimeters of armor, making it something that the Tech Tree ships cannot do. There is now a sap-slinging battleship that can overmatch 30 millimeters with a faster reload and better dispersion. Marco Polo has no reason to exist. Z44, I've literally never heard anyone say anything good about it. It's probably not terrible, but I've just never heard anyone say anything good about it. So, eh. I would personally never pick up Pommern, but a lot of people swear by her, so, eh. October Revolution, just get Ismail. You don't have the shot traps that Ismail has, but Ismail has better guns. Hill, I don't see the point in. Marblehead just explodes. Charleston is just St. Louis. It is just St. Louis. Just get St. Louis. Kurfürst. I love this old girl, but I haven't got fancy camo for her. Can't advise Kurfürst to a new player. I just can't. Kurfürst takes knowing how to play a brawler to get anything good out of. Salem. Avoid it. It's a Des Moines with a Walmart brand radar. And cannot run Hydro at the same time as that radar. And its Hydro is almost better than its radar. Like, just avoid Salem. It's not very good. Lazo, I would say to just avoid, unless you're getting it specifically for ranked. That's purely because these guns will never be good against tier 8s. And your armor is kind of terrible. It basically has the same issue as Pavlovsky. You know, Dimitri up there. Like, you're just gonna get overmatched and killed. Campbellton, unless you can get it for free, don't bother. Campbellton's weird. You know, I think just for some fun, I'm going to grab some of my really low tier ships. Take some of them out. I'll actually grab Campbellton. It is a really weird ship. One of my clanmates loves the thing, so I don't want to shit on it too much. But it ain't very good. Where is the little guy? There it is. Let me move my destroyer captain over here. That way I can at least get some experience. The irony is I'm probably never going to use any of these enhanced skills. I have them, but I'm probably never going to use them. I mean, I might use this one, but... there's not much point in putting either of those on. This is probably going to be mostly bots, but that's fine. I almost wish I could have the Q&A chat on my other monitor. That would be most ideal. Also, I did learn something with my current setup. If I turn off the lamp that's right in front of me, this whole side of my face just goes dark. It's great. I may as well see what the help chat is up to. Hopefully the troll is gone. It's just Gino. I will salute Gino. It's probably already in a battle. No, surprised. For reference, I did basically get Campbellton for free, so that's why I have it. I've never actually played it, so... Well, I mean, I have. I played it in World of Warships Legends. Literally just got pulled into a battle. I'll be back. Okay, what am I facing? A Wix. I think he has more guns than I do. 7-second reload at best, though. What is my concealment? 5'8". Okay. So, same as him if he's seal clubbing. I think I also have a 7-second reload. I mean, like, these torpedoes have decent range. Like, you can stealth torpedo. But the angles are not good. Someone's seal clubbing. RPF. And you can never fire all 3 guns. This thing is a tier 2 destroyer. At tier 3. At least that's what it feels like. And that's what I remember thinking when playing it in Legends as well. So this thing is really not a tier 3. Like, in that game it'd be tier 2. Because everything's a tier lower. What's the speed of these? 57. Might hit. Hey there, little buddy. Yeah, he has more guns than I do. Ow. Come on, South Carolina. I'm really gonna need your help here, buddy. Hello, Reveille. Who would that be? Reveille? I don't know. I'm probably butchering your name. Adding monitors would be rather fun.
Enemy cruiser destroyed.
That poor cruiser. I always forget just how thin its armor is. Honestly, they could just basically do monitors as a side branch of, like, the British battleships. Yeah, I think this is pretty much over. maybe I can get a fire. Sorry, little South Carolina, I have to abandon you. Like, there'd really be nothing stopping them from just adding monitors as a side branch. Maybe make them like a side branch of cruisers, but they could do it.
The enemy team has taken the lead.
See if I can get some defended ribbons. Okay, it's not the Tenaru who's doing the capping. Yeah, it's nice that Wargaming has been doing a lot of, like, what-if lines lately. At least in my opinion, I like it. Like, I know there's a lot of people that are like, but we want our It's like, okay, at this point, there's very few historical World War II ships to add. Like, I don't want to be that guy, but they could add, like, 50 more Fletchers, but what value would that actually bring to the game? We kind of have enough of those already.
Battleship destroyed. We've destroyed an enemy cruiser.
I am so glad these are just bots. Okay. Basically me versus both of their real players. I think I want to go for the Bellerophon first. But like, I think the funniest thing I've actually seen in regards to World of Warships here is that, oh man, the super carriers having jets on them totally ruined the World War II immersion. Said the Des Moines player. like, yeah, you're totally playing a World War II ship. You're totally not playing a Cold War heavy cruiser with Cold War era autoloaders. fair, but like every jet on a supercarrier was either designed or tested during World War II. Like, there were jets during World War II. Or if nothing else, were tested on World War II platforms after the war. So close. Okay, I might have to deal with the St. Louis first. I'm not a big fan of War Thunder. Way too much grind for my liking.
Generator started.
I don't even think I made it that far.
Smoke screen set.
Like, I'm pretty sure I made it to, like... I think I was at, like, 4.0-ish France. He's not turning the way I thought he was going to.
Engine boost activated.
Hey there, little buddy.
Critical engine damage.
Come on, torpedoes.
Problem solved, sir.
Ow, ow, ow. Okay.
Enemy cruiser foundered.
Not ideal, but I'm still alive. Yeah, see, that's the problem. I played France. Another problem I have with the game is, well, you may not be able to easily tell. I don't know how obvious it is that I even have a filter on. I'm colorblind. Red-green. Yeah, I can tell you for sure I really could not see many tanks. Bush has made it all that much worse. Like...
Depends upon you.
I think this is GG, though. I mean, I did play a bit of Russia, but... Thing is, I can get into the cap. He has to take me. He has to keep me out of his cap.
Engine boost deactivated.
In 5 minutes.
Hmm. Like, from the tests I've done, I'm apparently minorly colorblind, but I couldn't tell you for sure. All I know is I went through a lot of my life not even knowing, but, like... Oh, I thought this was a loss. Phew. I mean, as long as, like... I don't know how to exactly even describe it. But, like, as long as it was enough of a difference... that, like... So, like, for me, if the screen was, like, blue, and then turned red, I wouldn't be able to exactly know for sure it's red, but I could tell you it's not blue anymore. Like, you know. Me shitting on this little boat, and then I go and pull this off. Like, jeez. I feel kind of bad for the enemy players, because, like, they didn't play a bad game. There we go. I'm opening myself up to a lot by saying I'm streaming right there, because someone could start trolling in the chat, but doesn't really matter. This thing's definitely not the worst, but yeah, I would definitely not recommend people pick it up. I always seem to do weirdly well in low-tier destroyers. I seem to do weirdly well in destroyers, period. I don't feel like I'm a very good destroyer player. That's the thing. Yeah, I don't think I've ever really played this thing. Don't remember where I got it from. Very sure it was a Santa box last year. Should open up my signal containers. Which, for anyone who finds themselves struggling with signal flags, just spend a while grabbing more signal containers. I mean, hitting torpedoes really isn't the hardest thing. It just takes some practice. And in general, just aim slightly ahead of the gray line. Like... the general thing I do if I have two launchers... I don't watch Flame or Flambass. Way too much. Way too much of the time I end up disagreeing with things that they go on about. So... I mean, one simple thing I disagree with basically a lot of the World Warships CC's on is I don't see aircraft carriers as a problem. I just don't. In ranked, yeah. In clan battles, yeah. In small battles, yes. In large battles? No, not really. Carriers can make up for bad destroyers, which is always nice. But without carriers, well, it kind of just comes down to what team has the better destroyers or submarines. Because spotting wins battles. Without spotting, you lose. If the enemy team has a better destroyer who's better at spotting than your team's, you lose. Like, a carrier can equalize that. That carrier makes that destroyer have to play more carefully, and thus limit the spotting it can do. Thus, you know, make the game more balanced and less in the hands of a single class. Because, like, I may not have amazing AA, but a carrier isn't going to want anything to do with me and that Dunkirk. And that Glacianaire, if he joins up too, a carrier can't really do jack. Fair, but I would argue destroyers are kind of the worst. Carriers are the most forgiving to bad players. Carriers and battleships. Battleships, you still need to be able to aim. A carrier, you can help your team just by flying your planes around. A destroyer dying in the first, like, 5 minutes of the battle, that's going to seriously impact your team. And they've probably only done it because they're inexperienced in playing destroyers and didn't know any better. Yeah, at higher tiers on North America, you tend to have 4 per team. Like, there's destroyers everywhere. But, like, at the same time, it does still come down to, as I can do in ranked, the better destroyer player tends to always win the destroyer engagement. Which then causes problems, because now, well, the other team is without their destroyer. Okay, Anshan's turning this way. Or, no, he's turning that way. This is 4 kilometer, right? Yep. You're not going invisible, little buddy. And now I just hold my fire. Though I really feel like I could one-shot him right now. There we go. A little nerve-wracking having my smoke not last that much longer here, but... especially with so many enemies right there. But yeah, this is a blowout. What is that? Emerald. Oh, you poor sweet summer child. He is working with the Boise, so... or boys. I don't know which it is. Boys or Boise. I've heard both. I don't know which it actually is gonna be real. That poor Emerald. That could have went worse for him, but it's about to. So, yep. Yep. Yeah, like... I would honestly argue carriers are probably some of the least skill-dependent ships to have an impact on the battle. Which you could argue is a problem. But that partially spawns from, there being a requirement, basically, for spotting. Because no other class can really do spotting outside of destroyers and submarines. Like, battleships can do continued spotting with their face, but most of the time they would really rather not. And I can't say I blame them. Like, it is not very conducive to their health or survival to spot with their face. So, you know. That does kind of depend on your team composition. And how grouped up your team is. Like, if a carrier was attacking our team, my team down there at A, they're not getting much done. Like, that's kind of the thing of, like, carriers do have counterplay in teamwork. Don't tell the players that like to complain about that, though. I really wanted to smoke up there, but didn't really matter. About 50k damage. Could have been better. Could have been worse. Oh man, I get to pick... Which of those looks even marginally better? Jesus, Gino's on. Yeah, I think I'll just... Can I preview these in here? No. Can you preview them in the armory? Yeah, I think you can in this. That'd be this. Oh, dear lord. That is bright. No. It's still bright. It's not as bad. It's not flashbanging me, so... I think I gotta go Shredder then. Because at least that's not flashbanging me. Ow. Just subs have very little battle impact to begin with, outside of their spotting. And, like, I've barely played subs, so take what I'm saying with mostly a grain of salt, but I have looked into a lot of the stats around them. Submarines have the lowest win rate per tier, the lowest damage per tier, the lowest frags per tier. That, to me, heavily indicates lowest battle impact per tier. Like, submarines need something. And quite honestly, I feel like that is a mix of more damage, but more tools to spot them when they get close. Like, it's where if you see someone doing really well in a submarine, that's probably the first time that night they're having that happen, and just feel good for them, even if they're on the other team. They've probably been at that for like 5-6 hours, maybe, you know, of gameplay over multiple days, to get that one unicorn battle where they actually get to do well. Like, I still get salty at submarines, but I can try to get people more positive towards them. Though a lot of the problem I have with just the idea of playing submarines is just like, why would I want to play a submarine when I can just play a British destroyer? I keep bringing this back up, but yeah. Because, like, these go 10 kilometers. They deal more damage. I can also single fire them. Like, I got pretty good concealment. I can't submerge to avoid damage, but I've got pretty good concealment. You know, like... Let's see, is there any other ships I've barely ever played? A lot of them. I have not played a lot of the ships I own. A Brizzy I got and then mostly just ignored. Right, yeah, I put a commander on it because I just wanted to see if it would clear space. PR is a little awkward. I don't put a huge amount of qualification to PR. I say that having a decent one, but like, it's not a great gauge of how good of a player you are. It's a gauge of how well do you farm the enemies? How well do you finish off the enemies? Like... do I have a commander I could actually make this ship work with? Right, yeah, I have Luigi. I could actually play this in ranked. Or is that heavy HE? That's heavy HE. Never mind. No, I really don't. Because... okay. This being tier 7 means 25 millimeters of pen, meaning you'll never pen 32. But when it comes to ranked, hey, this does have a spotter aircraft. I'll just throw that out for now. This is enough to pen tier 7 battleships. So, you know, there is that. But, as you just saw, I wouldn't run it without concealment. I mean, it's not got bad concealment, but I wouldn't run it without concealment. I could go heavy HE, though. I mean, it does have a heal and all, but no. Let's see. I almost never play Huron because I have Haida. Let's take Huron out. And you know, just because, let's hop into ranked again. May as well do something productive with the tier 7. Between the two of them, Haida is definitively the better ship, which is why I almost never play Huron. Oh boy, a Haida. He outspots me. He outspots everybody. Oh, it's this layout. Okay. I really wish I had Haida. Okay. Also really wish I had a commander that had superintendent. Okay, he's gonna go wide then. I'll push straight to the caps. Huron can speed juke, though, so it does have that going for it. It's just, I don't like that I'm outspotted. There's also going to be a lot of torpedoes coming down through this center. It wouldn't be the smartest move, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Udachi torpedo reload boosted just to launch some torpedoes straight down the middle here. Because it does stand a pretty good chance of hitting things. What, my man? There are 2 cap circles here, 1 over there.
Enemy force sighted on the horizon.
Okay. Hello, Haida. Trying to use his smoke screen. Come on, get in reverse already. Ah, he's moving forward, and I have no support. I'm dead. I might be able to take him with me. No, not quite. Just did not have support. And that is why Haida is better than Huron. If I'd held my fire initially, I might have been able to get closer, but... Nope. Let's battle on. That was an embarrassing showing. Maybe I can get lucky and not run into a Haida. There are not many destroyers at tier 7, or even tier 6, you know, in this ranked, that can really stand up to Huron in a gunfight, but Haida is one of them. Like, the only way I could have even maybe won that gunfight is if I could have stopped in time to, okay, yeah. There we go. That's more like it. If I'd been able to stop in time and basically farm him from just outside of his hydro range, because Haida only gets 3.5, Huron gets 4. But Huron does not like to stop. Likes to accelerate, does not like to stop.
Action stations.
I still really wish that AA gun was an actual just main gun mount that you could control. I mean, they'd probably be a little overpowered if that was the case, but come on, more gaming. Let me fire the 100 mil as well. For those who weren't playing long enough, one of the selling points of Haida was surprise the enemy team by getting a close quarters expert. Because that is a secondary gun, actually. I mean, it's an AA gun. But it counts as a secondary. Okay. This is going to very much be a test of who has more support. And it's feeling like it might already be the other one. Especially where it's probably that Belfast with RPF. I kind of hate these islands. I also kind of hate how it doesn't save what torpedo spread I left it on. I don't like the single fire very much. It can be useful at times, but I would rather just have the European tight spread instead of single fire.
Enemy force detected.
Yep. Hi, Belfast. That ship's totally not overpowered. What are you talking about? It doesn't have torpedoes. It totally needs the smokescreen and radar at tier 7. It doesn't have a heel. As if a heel matters in low-tier British cruisers. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Belfast. This is a tier 8. It is quite literally Edinburgh without the heel. But smoke and radar in separate slots. Let's get a nice little conga line going on. Because if that Belfast pushes forward, which it's not going to, those will deal some serious damage.
Engine boost deactivated.
It did push forward. Come on, smoke up. You know you want to. Okay. I thought he was moving forward, but he was in fact reversing. Thanks, little buddy. Great help with that. If he had just gone forward, I wouldn't have bumped his the rear end of his ship, I could have got into the Belfast smoke, and I probably could have gotten away. This is why I don't play ranked. Alright, it's the same one again. I probably should have went Superintendent, but instead of Fearless Brawler. The thought I had was that Fearless Brawler would help Haida more. Because I share the same captain between them, so. Though it's not like I've been getting through both heals anyway. But I literally turned to get around behind the cruiser. Because I thought he was going to go forward. And then he didn't. But it's about 1 a.m. I've been going for 4 hours now. I think that's about all this I can take for tonight. I mean, I don't have a terrible record tonight either. Like 5 losses total. It's 3, 8, 9, 10. 10 wins. This was an operation, but 9 wins. 9 wins, 4 losses. Well, 5 losses. That's a pretty decent record. I'm sad that, like, no one can get these ships. Outside of, like, super containers, though. But, yeah. That is going to be it for this stream. I will say if you do like my general content and banter, I do upload daily videos onto my YouTube channel. They are Animal Crossing, not World of Warships. But I do have a World of Warships series in the works, where I will be starting as a basically fresh account, just to see what the new player experience is like. I will be an experienced noob. I'll be doing it on the EU server, because I don't feel like making a new email just to do that with. I will also be trying to stream more regularly, but I don't know how well that's going to work out. I mostly just stream for fun whenever I'm bored, so I have to feel like there's actually a point in me streaming while bored as well, which kind of, you know, if I'm bored, I don't feel like doing a huge amount. It's awkward. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching, and hopefully I will see you guys in something else I do. So, see you then.